Just start you out with a quick introduction to how glass blowing works. Everything that we do starts in our furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines. Let me turn this radio down a bit. Everything we do starts out in our glass furnaces. The furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. If you look up on the big screen, you see a diagram. That's what the furnaces look like inside. So in each one of them, there's a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit or 1150 Celsius. Are you guys, Fahrenheit's good for you guys? Okay. Uh, you never know. You could be Canadians. Uh, yeah, so 2,100 degrees is roughly as hot as the hottest volcano. So that'll give you a little frame of reference. At that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. So if you can imagine a giant crock pot full of honey, that's what our furnace is like. We want to get the glass out to make stuff. We take one of these steel pipes. They're called blow pipes. And we dip them in the melted glass like you're dipping into a big jar of honey. Dip them in, twirl them around. A little bit of glass sticks to the end of the pipe. The pipe itself is hollow. So when you blow, the ball of glass blows up like a balloon. If you want to make something larger, we dip it in, blow a bubble, let it harden, and then we dip it in a second time or a third time, depending on how much glass we need. All the glass in those furnaces is clear glass. It has no color. We buy colored glass separately. We buy it in various forms. We buy it in solid bars. We buy it in little chips. We buy it in powders. And when we want to make a colored object, we blow a bubble of clear glass from the big furnace. We heat up a chunk of colored glass, and then we coat that initial bubble with red, blue, green, whatever color we want the object to be. The reason that we do it that way is so that we can have any color we want anytime we want. If we were to fill the furnace with blue glass, we could only make blue things. If we coat each piece individually, we make a red thing, a blue thing, whatever we want, whatever color we want, whenever we want it. Once we get the glass out of the furnace, it only stays soft for a little while. We do whatever shaping or blowing we can while it's hot and soft. And when it starts to cool and stiffen, we go to the second type of furnaces, and those are called gloriols. Those are the round furnaces with the doors open. There's no glass in those. If you look up on the big screen, we have a little diagram. They're just a brick barrel with gas burners in the side. So you'll see them sit down, do a little shaping, then they'll get back up, go to the glory hole, soften it again, do a little more work. If you've ever seen anybody work at a forge, making swords or horseshoes, they take the metal, put it in the fire, soften it, work on it a little bit, soften it again, work on it some more. That's the same kind of routine you're going to see here. So our guest artist is Alton Buchheimer. He's the man standing next to the steel table. He's originally from Maryland. He's currently living and working in Seattle. And he's going to be these are some of his sculptures on the pedestals. And he's going to be making the one in the drawing on the metal wall. Can we put up the drawing on the big screen? And could we take the close, yeah, there, thanks. So that's the sculpture that we're making right now. We're starting, it's probably take all morning to make. They're starting out by making uh, these little connecting marbles that go between the elements. So that's what everybody's doing now. Is we're making a bunch of these little marbles that we'll use to connect the various parts of the sculpture. So the folks on the floor, glassblowing is a team sport. So it's a sort of mixed team. Alton has brought one of his assistants, Edgar Valentine, and then the rest of the folks on the floor are our museum glassblowers that work for the museum. Everybody you see here is a professional glassblower, very talented. And so Mr. Buckheimer has pre-made a lot of these elements before he came here. They were sitting in that silver oven called the garage, staying warm. When we're ready to assemble the sculpture, we'll pull them out, heat them up a little extra, and stick them on. Do you guys have any questions? Which was what? How long it what? Yes. Yeah, think of it like wax. That's probably the best model. When you get wax hot, it gets soft, but it's fairly quickly it gets stiff again. That's about an equivalent of the glass. The only thing we require is that everybody wears some sort of glasses, uh, cotton clothing because polyester will melt, and closed-toed shoes. We have a very good safety record here. We've had one trip to the emergency room in 23 years, and that was a slip and fall. It wasn't a glass thing. So don't worry about these guys. They're okay. What? Mhm. Mhm. Oh. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, we're very careful. You know, we're working with gas and hot stuff, but uh, we've had very few injuries. We've been open for 23 years and had very few injuries. All the glass while we're working is going to look orange. The orange color that you're seeing is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. So we're going to be working in red and blue. And the only reason I know that is because they told me. But while we're working, everything's going to be hot, everything's going to be glowing orange. Two little balls. The balls that they're making? Oh, the bowls. Oh, those are that's called frit, F-R-I-T. It's just crushed up colored glass for when we want to color something quickly and the color doesn't have to be absolutely smooth. That's a quick way to do it. Is just to roll the clear glass in little chips and melt it. It doesn't. It color. You get a layer of color on the outside. It's not perfectly smooth. Uh, if we want to get for the body of these things, we're going to use the color bar, and that gives us perfectly smooth, uniform color. We have a little video to show you how that works. Can we play color overlay? So if we're making, you know, a nice, beautiful blue vase, this video will show you how we do it.
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
The reason that we color the glass in that manner is so that we can have any color we want, anytime we want. If we coat each piece individually, we can make it any color at any time. If we fill the furnace with colored glass, say green, we could only make green things. So, do you guys have any questions? So Mr. Buckheimer is going to make a couple more of these marbles, and we're making them the way marbles used to be made back in the day when they made them by hand. We have a tool. Do we have a photo of the? Oh no, she's not up there. One of the ring tools, the marble tool?
Another one over there.
Okay, they're using these marble tools. So it's a little metal ring on a handle. So it looks kind of like a screwdriver, but it's got a little ring on the end. And we roll the glass in the little ring, change the angle, roll it. Whoa, hello, hello. There we go. Sorry, had a battery issue. So the colored glass that we applied is very soft, and sometimes when you connect stuff to it, it can sort of peel away. So when we coat these marbles, when we make these marbles, we coat them with the frit, that colored glass. It's kind of soft, so they'll dip it in the clear glass, so we have a thin, clear coating on the outside, and the parts will stick together better. If you just came in, our guest artist is Alton Buckheimer. He's the man in the center, and these are some of his sculptures on the table. Excuse me. Excuse me. Um, these are some of his sculptures on the table, and the sculpture that we're making right now is the drawing that's up on the metal shield. So right now we're making these little glass balls, these little marbles, and we're going to use those to connect various parts of the sculpture. Has anybody got any questions? So as we make each of these marbles, we place them in that silver oven over there, the silver oven with the curved side. That's called the garage. We call it the garage because that's where we park stuff until we're ready to use it. It operates at half the temperature of the furnaces. It's hot enough to keep the glass from breaking, but it's not hot enough to make the glass soft. So whatever goes into the garage stays warm, holds its shape. When we're ready to use it, we'll pull it out and heat it up a little extra.
He was pulling the pipe over there. She's asking about that.
Oh, the pipe cooler, yeah. There's a little steel trough, and when we reach into the furnace to get glass out, it gets the pipes hot. So we go over to this trough. We just lay the steel pipe in the trough and spray water on it. That cools it down and makes it easier to hold. Could we put up the double fade drawing? Could we put up the double fade drawing? So if you look up on the big screen, we want the colors to fade from one color to another. And this is the way, this is a little diagram of how we do that. So we make what looks like a little bowl. It's called a color cup. And when we've applied the color in a manner called a blow through, and so it fades from the strong color to clear, and then we drop another bubble inside, and we get the resulting bubble fades from one color to the other. In this drawing, we have a fade on the top bubble. We're not going to have a fade on this one, so it'll be a solid color going into a cup that has the fade. So over on the far left, they have the color cup. In the center, Gabe, the man with the hat, is got the bubble that's going to go inside. And this is called stuffing a color cup. This is the way we can get the glass, the color of the glass to fade from one color to another. So Gabe, over on the right, has just put a fresh coating, a clear glass on that bubble. He's going to go over to the pipe cooler, spray water on the pipe to make it cooler and easier to hold. And then we're going to stuff Gabe's bubble into the color cup. Sayuri is walking over to the other bench on the left. She's going to grab the color cup, bring it over here to the center, place it in a little stand. Then Gabe's going to come over with his bubble and stuff it inside. This is a tricky business. The idea you want to put that second bubble inside and not trap any air between the two bubbles. Can we just put up the double fade again for a minute? So that's an illustration of what we're doing. It's called stuffing a color cup, and it's a way to get a fade one color to the other. So in the drawing, it's yellow to orange. In this this bubble that we're making here, it's going to fade from a red to blue. Do you guys have any questions? If you just came in, that's the sculpture that we're making. We're making the base, which is that kind of bottom donut. That's what we're going to make out of this bubble here. So now in the center, our guest artist, Alton Buchheimer, is preparing the bubble. So cut a little of the excess off on the end. And we're going to make the donut base for our sculpture. Anybody wants to take pictures? Knock yourselves out. No flash photography, but other than that, videos, stills, whatever you want to do, we encourage it. So right now, Alton is shaping the bubble. The gray pad in his hand is just folded up ordinary newspaper soaked in water. As long as the newspaper is wet, the paper doesn't burn too much, and it doesn't leave any marks as he shapes the glass. Can we put up the newspaper photo? So if you look up on the big screen, you can see it's just everyday ordinary newspaper folded up a bunch of times. The one on the bottom is a brand new one. The one on top is one that's been used for a little while. Thank you. So Alton is letting that bubble cool and stiffen. And then we're going to add another layer of clear glass on top of that. Alex, tall guy with longish hair, is going over to the pipe cooler and just spraying water on that metal pipe to cool it down, make it easier to hold. And we're going to coat that bubble with a layer of fresh, hot, molten glass. So behind that door, we have a big ceramic tank. In that ceramic tank is 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass. Each time we dip the bubble in there and coat it, it's called taking a gather, G-A-T-H-E-R. Alton is shaping the glass using a tool called the block. The tool is made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn. It doesn't leave any marks as we shape the glass. One of the glass blowers is seated to the left of the workbench. He's the person that's blowing. He's blowing through that steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflating the glass as Alton, sitting at the bench, shapes. You're shaping that bubble against that steel table. The steel table is called the Marver, M-A-R-V-E-R. So now Mr. Buckhammer is squeezing the glass with a tool called a jacks and making a sharp crease in it. That crease is the place where we'll be able to break the glass away from the metal pipe once we're done shape. The tool is called the jacks, and making that crease is called jacking it down. You notice one of the glass blowers holds a wooden paddle in front of Alton's arm to shield him from the heat. Does anybody have any questions? So the man sitting to the left of the workbench, he's the guy that's blowing. He's blowing through that steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflating the glass as Alton shapes it. Next thing we're going to do is flatten that bubble. Mr. Buckhammer, our guest artist, has 2 cork pads in his hand. He's going to give the bubble a little squeeze and flatten. Can we put up the drawing again? So this is the drawing of the sculpture that we're working on. And you can see the central base is kind of a donut shape. That's what we're making right now. As Alton shapes the glass, Sayuri has a little air gun, and she's blowing the smoke away from the cork pads. The cork pads burn when we shape it and creates a little bit of smoke. We don't want it to go up into its face, so we just take the air gun and blow the smoke away. You guys have any questions? Say what? Yeah, you're in the hot shop. She's expecting it.
No, he said he wants the yeah. Always cold.
We're flattening that bubble, and then we're going to poke a hole in the middle to make the donut shape. Now, Alton, Mr. Buckheimer, has got a torch in his hand. We're going to torch the middle of that disc and soften it. We have 2 ways in which we heat up the glass. Sometimes we heat it up in the big round ovens. Those are called glory holes. Sometimes we heat it up with a torch. When we heat it up with a torch, we can focus the heat in a particular place. We can make just that part of the glass extra hot and extra soft without disturbing the rest of the shape. So we're heating up the center and give it a poke. We'll do the same thing on the other side. And eventually we'll poke right through that bubble to make the hole for the donut shape. The drawing for the sculpture is just to the left of the glory hole, the round oven. And if you can see it from where you're sitting, it has a sort of a donut-shaped base. Pushing those two centers together. And eventually we're going to poke right through the bubble, make a little hole, and then we're going to ream the hole out and make it wide like a donut. And we're going to take an electric drill and drill right through that middle to make the initial hole. It's an ordinary electric drill. The bit is a sharpened rod of tungsten. We heat the tip of the tungsten rod till it's glowing, and then we can actually drill right through the hot glass. Can we put the drawing up again? So that's the sculpture that we're making, and we're making that sort of donut base that you see. That's the bubble we're making right now. he's taking the torch and heating up the inside of that hole, and we're going to ream it out, make it bigger. We keep the glass in the glass furnaces. You see the machine with the doors closed? Can we put up the, oh, we got it up there, right there? Look, that's what the furnace looks like inside. So the bottom half is a ceramic pot with 1,000 pounds of melted glass in it. Who were the first people to make the glass? That would be, what's Iraq now? Iraq? So, you know, sort of, there you go. Yeah, they were the first people to make man-made glass. Oh, well, that's the area where glass blowing was invented. The Iraqis made, well, they weren't Iraqis back then. I don't know what they called them, Mesopotamians, whatever. But yeah, no, that's so. The first man-made glass was about 4,000 years ago, in that area, sort of between the Tigris and the Euphrates, and then the first glass blowing was in Lebanon, that Lebanon-Syria area. That's where we think glass blowing was invented, and that's probably between 50 and 75 BC. Yeah, so that's, yeah, so you guys were first with glass blowing. How do they make it so hot? It was all the kilns ran on wood. Um, any civilization that could make pottery had the firepower to make glass because the temperatures to make pottery are actually higher. No, wood. No, they didn't use oil. They used wood. Wood. Nope, the furnaces ran on wood. To cook and stuff. The big round kiln there is 1250 Celsius, and the oven where we keep the melted glass is about 1150 Celsius. But the temperatures that any civilization that made pottery, because the temperatures to make pottery are actually higher than the temperatures to melt glass. So if they had that kind of technology, then they could reach the same temperatures to make the glass. as you can see now, the hole's getting bigger. You take that torch and soften the inside there, and we've been sort of reaming it out bit by bit to make that opening larger. We're making that sculpture, the drawing on the heat shield, we're making that donut-shaped base.
Oh, okay. Is this the same artist behind you?
No, is the young man in the center, the guy, the short guy, he's the artist. Everybody else is working for.
Is this behind you? Is that?
Oh yes, yes, yes.
Okay.
That's one of his sculptures. Yeah.
They're visiting. He's with the ponytail, or with the.
Nope, nope. It's the little guy in the black shirt and black jeans. That's the artist. Glassblowing is a team sport. We always work in teams, but he's the lead, and it's his stuff.
Yeah, behind you. Oh, okay.
So now Alton is holding a wooden paddle against the base, make a nice flat spot for the sculpture to stand on. The paddles are made out of wood, generally some kind of fruit wood, cherry, apple, pear, because the fruit woods are dense, but they have very little resin, so they burn slowly and they don't smoke. It's a little complicated. There's a suction arm that goes into the furnace, sucks up the water glass. A piston comes up and pokes a little hole in it. They flip it over, and compressed air goes in there, and they close the mold around it, and it blows it into a metal mold.
But the same quality. Quality-wise is the same, but much faster.
I would say ours is better. The machine doesn't make it any better; it just makes it quicker.
Quicker. So price-wise, it will be.
Yeah, so you can have a glass in a department store. It doesn't make it any better than
manufacturer versus somebody, an artist or
And that does affect the price also.
yes,
Price will
yeah,
be-
that's how you get cheap glasses in a department store. Those are made by machines.
It's not a unique item. We have
No, there's a lot of things. A machine couldn't make that piece there with the color fade and everything. There's limits to what the machine can make.
with this little tool, with this, I mean, it's all with this little tool. Just turn it. Oh, rod.
What do they use for colors?
The colors in glass come mostly from metals dissolved in the glass when you first cook it up from scratch. Cobalt makes the glass blue, chromium makes it green, tin makes it white, a little bit of gold makes it a beautiful ruby red. Not all the colors are metals, but most of them are. The metal comes as it usually comes as a powder. It's usually some kind of oxide or carbonate, so it could be like copper oxide or copper carbonate, and so can we put up the ingredients slide? So you get the. Maybe not. So there's three main ingredients in glass. Well, we'll do that in a second. Nope. So we're going to transfer our base from the rods originally blown on to a second steel rod called the punty. The second steel rod will hold it from the bottom while we work on the top. When they feel that bond is stiff enough to bear the weight, we'll break the glass away from the original pipe. We'll use water. We'll drip some water where we want it to break. Give the pipe a tap, and off it'll come. So, what I was saying about the ingredients, there's three main ingredients in glass: sand, soda ash, and lime. Sand is the bulk of it. It's mostly melted sand. The soda ash is sodium carbonate. It acts as a flux and lowers the melting temperature of the sand. The lime is calcium carbonate, and that stabilizes the mixture chemically. If you cook those three things together, you get clear glass. If you want to make colored glass, then you cook it up with some kind of metal. Say if you say sand, soda ash, lime, and cobalt, you get blue glass. Sand, soda ash, lime, and chromium, and you get green glass. Different metals give you different colors. Can we put up the newspaper photo? So look up on big screen. So the pad that we use to shape the glass is just everyday ordinary newspaper, folded up a bunch of times and soaked in water. As long as we keep it wet, that we can shape the glass and it doesn't leave any marks. So the papers last, they last maybe 2 or 3 days, and then we throw whatever's left into the recycling bin. So over, well, in the center, Sayuri, the woman in shorts there, has made a little disc of glass, and we're going to use it kind of like a little handle to grab the top there, just temporarily, and stretch it out a little bit, and then squeeze it to close off that opening at the top. Take the shears and just cut that away. Does anybody have any questions? Yes.
Is there a particular color that's really hard to make with glass, either because the metal is expensive or?
Well, there's gold colors made with gold, and they're pretty expensive. Okay. So there's ruby red and some violets are made with gold. So a number of these parts for the sculpture, Mr. Buckheimer made himself before he came here, and they're sitting in that oven over there, getting warm, and we'll pull them out one by one and assemble it.
Thank you.
Now we're going to start to construct more of the sculpture. Over on the far left, Sayuri is heating up one of the little marbles that we made earlier in the day. And we're going to attach it to the top of that donut. The man sitting at the center bench, that's Alton Buckheimer. He's our guest artist. Everything we're making today is his design, and he's leading the team making the sculpture. You guys have any questions? Nope.
A five-person team, is that a typical like team for making a sculpture? Three? Okay.
This machine right here, that's called the garage. That we call it the garage because that's where we park stuff until we're ready to use it. It's an oven. It operates about half the temperature of the furnaces. It's hot enough to keep the glass from breaking, but it's not hot enough to make it soft. So whatever goes in there stays warm, holds its shape. When we're ready to use it, we pull it out, heat it up a little extra, and stick the parts together. So we've added a little marble connector. Mr. Buckheimer has been blowing glass for 15 years. He's a graduate of the Massachusetts College of Art in Boston, which is also my alma mater. I went there before Mr. Buckheimer was born. When we finish these objects, We put them in one of these big black ovens. They're called annealers. And we slowly turn the temperature down overnight, and that slow cooling process prevents the glass from breaking.
They still can though. I'm sure sometimes. You just don't want it. My friends make glass beads and replica Viking style glass beads. Theirs is a lot smaller. No, they have.
So we're cleaning up the top of that marble. When we broke it off the metal pipe, it leaves a little scar there. We're going to smooth it out. All the rest of the parts of the sculpture are sitting in this oven, the garage, and we're going to stick them on one by one. connection between the metal rod and the sculpture itself is fragile. As long as it's kept warm, everything is okay. If we allow it to get too cold, it'll crack. And when I say too cold, I mean below 900 degrees. So periodically, you'll see one of the glass blowers take a torch and just warm up that connection. So everybody's bringing the next part. I'm going to stick that on. We want to attach things. We have to heat up the spot where we're going to attach it. We have to heat up the object itself. And when we press the two together, the two glass fuses. Does anybody have any questions? As we add more parts to this sculpture, it becomes trickier to heat. We have to heat it up enough so that the glass doesn't break, but we can't heat it up too much or we'll distort the shape. Also, when we have thick parts and thin parts, the thin parts cool quicker, the thick parts stay warm longer, so we have to compensate for that as well. Can we put up the folks you should know slide? So there's going to be a show in Seattle called Folks You Should Know. And Mr. Buckheimer, Alton Buckheimer, our guest artist, will be exhibiting it. And also Alex Kane, one of our glass blowers, will be in it as well. And it'll be at 1100 West Ewing Street in Seattle. As we add each element, it comes out on one of those metal rods. We break it off. That leaves a little mark. And then you'll see we'll take the torch and melt the little mark where we broke it off and smooth that out.
We're just having so much fun.
That's what we like, fun.
Really neat how they're putting it all together.
These are really talented guys.
So, how did they get the half the sculptures? Do
They blew a tube and they sliced the tube up with a diamond saw.
Okay.
And then for the half round ones, they cut the makes a little ring, and they just cut the ring in half, and they have two.
Okay. Yeah, I was wondering.
Yeah.
I was curious. Like, it looks like you need at least two people for anything because you need some other people in it while
Yeah.
you're working on it. I'm curious if like for like really popular slash established artists, do they always have like a huge team of people helping them
No,
out?
I would say the average team is about 3.
Okay. Okay.
There's certain things you can do by yourself, but it's very limiting.
Okay.
Blown glass by yourself is like one of those one-man bands where the guy's got the drum on his stomach
Yeah.
and the
Okay.
cymbals on his head.
Okay.
We work in the Venetian tradition. Started in 1979. A number of Venetian masters came here to the Northwest
Okay.
and began teaching the young Americans. And the Venetians are particularly keen on the teamwork aspect
Okay.
rather than working by yourself.
Would like some pieces like you see at the Chihuly Glass Museum, like huge sculptures
Right,
with like hundreds of little components.
right.
Would most of the work of the artist who designed it be like designing the piece and like letting people
Yes.
make
Well,
all
Mr.
those pieces
Chihuly,
and they would
Mr. Chihuly, he got into a car accident in the
Yeah.
late 70s and lost one of his eyes, and then he also got into another accident and dislocated his shoulder,
okay.
and so he stopped blowing in 1983, I
Okay.
believe. And so now he designs everything, and he has a team of people very much like this,
Yeah.
and they make his designs.
Okay. But that's not necessarily the case with like other
No, I mean obviously Alton is
all of them are
he's making the things himself,
yeah.
but he still works with a team.
Yeah. Okay. That makes sense. Thank you.
The more complicated we make this sculpture, the trickier it is to heat. We want to keep everything similar temperature, not exactly, but similar. The thin parts will cool faster. The thick parts will hold their heat longer. So we have to use our judgment to keep everything kind of warm, not too cold so it doesn't crack, and not too hot so it doesn't lose its shape. So you're ready to bring him another part on that tray. Can we put the drawing up again? The drawing? There. So this is the drawing that Mr. Buckheimer made. This is the plan for the sculpture. And you can see we're got a lot of it done already. The ring, the kind of donut shape at the bottom, is actually, it fades from red to blue. It's hard. The colors now are distorted by the heat. When it cools off, it'll be kind of red. It'll be red at the bottom, fading to blue at the top of that donut, and the little marbles, which connect the various parts, are blue and red as well. Yeah.
Are these his assistants or are they part of the
No, he brought one guy to work with him. Edgar, who's sitting at the center workbench, and then everybody else is a museum of glass blower. Yeah. We have a very excellent team here at the museum, and it's because they're all pros. Looks like we're getting pretty close to being done. Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. The slow cooling process is called annealing. We do it in these big black ovens that you see at opposite ends of the studio and the two silver horizontal ones. They're electric ovens. We keep them at 925 degrees all day long. We place all the objects we make during the day in there, and then at night, it has a little computerized thermostat that slowly turns the temperature down to room temperature. If we're making sort of simple, everyday objects like this, we cool them overnight. For a complicated sculpture like this with lots of thick and thin parts, we'll cool it over a period of 2 days. We're getting ready to take the sculpture off the metal rod and place it in the annealer. If you look to the right, you'll see one of the glass blowers putting on some protective clothing. He's going to carry the finished sculpture to our annealer. He's going to put on some Kevlar gloves. Kevlar is a fire-resistant insulating material. When he grabs that sculpture, it'll be approximately 1,000 degrees. At that temperature, the glass will be hard, and we'll put it in our annealer, and we'll cool it very slowly over a period of 2 days. We're heating up the joint between the sculpture and the metal rod. We're going to crimp that joint, and when we're going to break it away from the metal pipe. We'll leave a little bit of clear glass attached to the bottom, and that clear glass will eventually get ground off and polished. It'll be like it was never there. The rod that's holding it is called the punty, and we leave a little bit of the punty attached to the sculpture. So we don't want to risk taking a chunk out of the sculpture itself. So we break the punty off in the middle of the punty, and that leaves a little chunk of clear on there, and we'll grind that off and polish it mechanically after the glass is cold. So we're going to use water to break the glass away from the metal pipe. We'll drip some water where we want it to break. The water will crack the glass just at that joint, and then just a light tap on the metal pole, and off it'll come. So here we go. There's the water dripping off those tweezers. A little tap. Off it comes. And into the annealer. So let's have a big hand for Alton Bruckhammer and the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. Does anybody have any questions? So we have about a half an hour till our lunch. So we're going to make some of these marble connectors for the next sculpture, these little round balls. lot of the parts are connected with these little marbles. So we're going to use a marble tool to make them. This is the way they used to make marbles when they made them by hand. So you roll the glass in a little ring, change the angle, roll it here, roll it there, and you get a nice perfect sphere.
That's awesome. Yeah.
Awesome. Very cool.
So cool.
You guys been here before?
No.
Okay. Let me just give you a quick introduction to how glass blowing works. Everything that we do starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. There's two of them, one on each side of the studio. Can we put up the glass furnace diagram? Oh, furnace diagram? Nope. There we go. So that's what the furnace looks like inside. So in each of the furnaces, there's a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And at that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. So it's like a big giant pot of honey. When we want to make something, we take one of those steel pipes and we dip it into the melted glass like you're dipping into a big jar of honey. You dip it in, twirl it around, a little bit of the glass collects around the end of the pipe. The pipe itself is hollow, so when you blow, all the glass blows up like a balloon.
You have to blow really hard into it?
No, it's like blowing up a balloon. It's really like blowing up a balloon. There's a little resistance, but nothing the average person.
Wow. Wow. That's cool. I always wondered how hard you have to blow into it.
What they show you in the movies, they show glass blowers blowing into molds, and when you blow into a mold, you have to blow hard to fill out the mold.
Right.
But most of the stuff that we do, you don't have to blow very hard.
Okay.
We're making, say, this glass.
Yeah. All right. That was made here?
Yep.
Nice.
Only hand, no molds.
That's amazing. Look, he made this here. They made
Not
this
me. I didn't.
The glass blowers made this here. Cool, huh?
If you grow up to be a glass blower, you can make your own glasses.
That's true.
That'd be fun.
Yeah, that would be really fun, right?
You know about our contest for kids?
No.
Any kid that comes to the museum, 12 or younger, can do a drawing. Once a month, we pick one of the drawings and we make whatever the kid drew out of glass.
That's so cool.
We make two copies, one for the kid to keep and one for the museum collection.
That's so cool.
Can we put up some of the kids' design stills? I'll show you some examples of what we made from the kids' drawings. So if you look up on the big screen now, so these were all made by kids just like you guys.
They pick your name, then they're gonna make one of your drawing out of glass.
Pretty neat. We have a little exhibition that just opened of kids design glass. That's the name of the contest. So when you go across the hall and look at the exhibits, you'll see all these things.
Wow, that's amazing. Very cool.
So it's free to enter. There's a table in the lobby with drawing materials and entry forms. And if the kids aren't psyched for it right now, you can grab an entry form, take it home, and they can do a drawing at home and mail it in.
Oh, perfect. All right, very good.
One for each kid. They take one entry form for each kid.
Yeah, perfect.
Oh, for you, we have the gift shop.
Lá dentro é
Fica lá dentro.
fica parecendo um melzinho. Bem sticky, assim, ó, igual melzinho. E se você esfria ele, ele vai ficar assim. Desse
So,
jeito.
how do they pick what they're gonna make? Do they just kind of make it up on the spot?
Oh, also, well, like today we have a guest artist, Alton Buckheimer,
Uh-huh.
and so he's the artist. We make whatever he wants
Okay.
Se você
while
não
he's
tomar
here.
cuidado, quebra.
Okay.
Mas aí eles
Sometimes
usam
we'll make
esses
stuff for the gift
palitinhos.
store.
Okay.
We have a
Tá vendo
resident
aquele
team of
palito
glass
que ele tá
blowers that
usando?
work here all the time.
Então,
Yeah.
ele usa pra
We do
colocar lá dentro.
commissions.
Igual aquela
Sometimes we make
pessoa
stuff
ali, ó, tá
just
fazendo.
for
Tá
demonstration
vendo,
and
ó?
fun.
Mudando assim, ó, pro vidro fazer
We
esse
make the
formato.
kids
Olha
stuff.
lá.
We do all sorts of
Olha
different
lá.
things.
That's so cool. See, they just cut the glass. Look.
Fica pegando também no palitinho, então ele não queima a mão. Agora ele vai esfriar.
So that orangey stuff, that's the glass. The glass is really hot. It looks orange. And the glass, we get it as hot as a volcano. It's as hot as a volcano. That's what it takes to melt the
Really
glass.
hot. It's like lava.
It's like lava, Nina. That's so cool.
Man.
Very hot. You know what the glass is made out of?
What is the glass made out of? Do you know? Is it out of fire? Is it out of fire?
Fire's part of it,
Okay.
but it's melted sand, like sand on the beach.
Melted
That's how you make glass.
Sabe a areia da praia? Então, eles colocam isso, eles derretem a areia da praia e fazem o vidro.
Pretty neat, huh?
Very
It
cool.
doesn't look like sand
No,
anymore.
it doesn't. It doesn't. It gets clear. Yeah. And how do they add the color?
The colors come when you first cook it up. You add different metals to make different colors. Cobalt makes it blue. Chromium makes it green. A little bit of gold makes it a beautiful ruby red.
Wow.
So it's not always the color that you would
Pra ele
expect.
poder grudar
Right,
junto,
for
pra
sure.
não soltar.
It's amazing. See that? How cool is that? Cobalt makes blue, chromium makes green, and gold makes it red. RBG. Well, that makes sense. You can make all the other colors out of that.
It's a little more complicated because there's chemical reactions.
Oh, I got you.
Oh, that's true. Yeah,
but,
that makes sense.
So if you you cook it up with copper, you cook it one way, it turns turquoise. If you cook it a different way, it turns blood red.
Oh, wow. Interesting.
Wow.
Huh.
Excuse me, sir. Is
Yes.
it a demo? Will there be a demo or you just watch everything now? Will there be a demo?
Yeah, this is the demo. You're looking at it.
I didn't know if there was going to be explanation or.
There will be explanations. Just cool your jets.
There's that marble. That's so cool.
So our guest artist is Alton Buckheimer. He's the man at the center. These are some of his sculptures. And the sculptures have little marbles that they use to connect the parts. And so what we're doing right now is making the marbles. So we have a short time until lunch. So we'll make the marbles now, and then we'll start assembling the sculptures after lunch.
How long does it take to build this?
How long? Well, it depends on what you're making.
Yes, I mean that.
Oh, something like that? It's probably about 2.5 hours.
So, what's in that little bowl that they were dipping the
The little bowls, that's crushed colored glass. It's called Frit, F-R-I-T. Can we put up the Frit photo? Can we put up the Frit photo? So when we make these marbles, they don't have to be like perfect smooth color. So we just roll the clear glass from the furnace into little chips of colored glass, and then we go and put it back in the fire, and the little chips of colored glass melt, and it makes a little candy coating of color like an M&M. So the color is on the outside. You ever eat an M&M? There you go. Gummy bear, yeah. The glass is kind of like a gummy bear, like a stiff gummy bear.
Okay.
It looks pretty and it's clear, but you don't want to eat it.
It's probably pretty hard, huh?
Yeah.
That's so cool. There's this that he's making that marbles like make it marble like that.
So all these guys are making marbles. We need a bunch of them to make the next sculpture.
Okay.
Can we put up the drawing for the last sculpture? So this is what we made this morning. It's sitting in this big black oven where we're going to cool it off very slowly so it doesn't break. But you can see how all the parts are attached by the little marbles. So we're making the marbles because we have, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes till lunch. So we're just going to make all the marbles now.
Wow, that's so cool.
Do you think you guys are going to be here after?
Yeah, I think so. We just got here.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
yeah.
So we'll take lunch from 1 to 2. You guys might want to go and look at the exhibits. They have
Yes.
the kids exhibit and all sorts of stuff, and then come back after lunch, and then we'll do the more interesting glassware.
Cool. Awesome. Yeah, we will. We'll be right back.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
While we're here, we want you to have a good time.
Absolutely.
Can we put up some of Mr. Buckheimer's artwork up on a big screen? So Mr. Buckheimer's our guest artist for from Friday through Sunday. He's working with our resident team of glassblowers to make his sculptures. He's originally from Maryland, and he's now living and working in Seattle. He's a graduate of the Massachusetts College of Art, where he learned glass. sculptures like this after lunch. And right now, you see how the well, not this sculpture, but some of the sculptures, the parts are connected by these little marbles. And so right now, we don't have enough time to make the sculpture itself, so we're going to make a bunch of the marbles, and then we're going to make the sculpture itself after lunch. So this is what they're using. They're all making marbles. This is a marble tool. This is the way they made marbles before they were made by machines. So you roll the glass in the little ring,
Yeah.
and you change the angle, roll it until you get it into a perfect sphere, and then you cut it off.
Okay, thank you.
Oh.
Yeah, thanks, sir. Thank you. Yep.
Does a lot of accidents occur here?
Nope.
Not much.
So we've had one trip to the emergency room in 23 years.
Oh wow,
So
pretty
that's-
good.
Yeah, that's good.
Pretty good. The real danger in this shop is nothing that you would think of. It's not getting cut. It's not getting burned. It's not breathing chemicals. It's the repetitive motion injury from the constant turning of the pipe and
Yeah.
from the weight being so far out on the end of that pole that it could cause stress to the wrist and elbows.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
we've had a pretty good safety record here.
Fantastic. That's great. Great to hear. I kept thinking there's these really hot things and they're spinning around me. I know they're super good at
You
it.
get a little burn like you might if you worked in a kitchen.
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
So annoying, but not medical.
Not
Gotcha.
bad. The so the glass is like an expensive thing to.
No, not very expensive. It's probably $1.75 a pound.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So y'all transfer the sand to the facility and then turn into glass, or it
We
comes.
we get what's called batch, and it's kind of like a cake mix. It's got
Right.
all the ingredients, all proportioned, and we just shovel it into our furnace and cook it. So there's three main ingredients: sand, soda ash, and lime. Sand is the bulk of it. It's mostly melted sand.
Yeah.
Soda ash is sodium carbonate. It's a chemical which acts as a flux, and it lowers the melting temperature of the sand, makes the sand easier to melt. And then the lime is calcium carbonate, and that stabilizes the mixture chemical.
Wow.
So we get it, all that, we get a mixture, and we just shovel it into the furnace, cook it overnight. All those chemicals melt together and make glass.
Got it.
And
Yeah.
so I saw that sometimes it looks like they get a little extra, and so they kind of roll it out, cut it, and then toss it into that keg-looking thing right there.
Well, the colored, the fret, the colored glass is very soft, and so sometimes if you stick stuff together, and if it's heavy and stuff, it can actually peel away. So we we coat it with the colored glass, and then we dip it in clear glass, and then take as much clear off as possible. So we end up with just a little coating of clear, and that'll make them stick together better.
Okay.
So that's what they're doing. So we dip it in, strip off as much as we can, and then we save that excess glass, and that'll eventually go back in the furnace.
Oh, okay. That was my next question. If they just toss it back in there.
Well, you can't toss it in right away, because it will create bubbles and it would have kind of cold lumps in there. So we get all that glass, we bust it up, we wash it, and then we put it in with the batch, the mixture of chemicals, and cook it overnight.
I'm watching them do it right there.
So I think you already said that, but the majority of the pieces go stays
all sorts of things. Like today, we have a guest artist, and he works with our team, and then he's going to leave two pieces, one for our collection,
Yeah.
and one for our annual fundraising auction. Everything else he makes, he'll take home with him.
Oh, okay.
And we also make stuff for our gift shop, and we do commissions, and sometimes we make stuff just for fun, but and
Nice.
demonstrations.
Yeah, for sure. That's so fun.
Yes, you do. It's fun. You can make your own marbles. You have marbles at home?
Yeah, we don't have marbles yet.
Oh, not yet?
A little too little, yeah. Don't want them swallowing marbles on accident.
That wouldn't be good.
No. Well, I mean, they're big enough now,
Yeah,
but yeah.
I don't know if kids still play with marbles.
I know.
I don't know.
I grew up.
I'd love to teach them how to, draw
Yeah.
the circle and try to get
Yeah.
them out. So
I
yeah.
did it.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I was little.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
I don't know if kids do it today.
Yeah,
Yeah.
probably not. Marbles
Well,
in the
we
sand
want
is
to
what we
teach
did.
them.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it's
We
just
try to
fun.
raise them as like.
Doesn't cost much.
Yeah.
Exactly. Exactly. That's awesome.
Starting kindergarten.
Oh, when are you starting kindergarten?
I'm starting at homeschool.
At what?
Homeschool.
At home school. All right.
Then I'm starting in person.
What kind of things are you learning in kindergarten?
Letter G. Letter G.
The letter G?
Yeah.
All right.
Tell them you're learning cursive.
I learn in cursive.
You learn what?
In cursive.
In cursive. Wow. Not many kids write in cursive anymore. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
That's
job.
so cool.
That's good.
Very cool. I saw the microphone roll into that bucket.
Oh, that's what I was. I heard that. There it is. Like, luckily the bucket was empty.
Yeah, right.
That would be bad.
Thank you
All
so
right.
much for
We're gonna
Yeah.
letting
go.
us
Yeah.
come back.
See you after
We'll
lunch.
do lunch. Yeah, we'll be right back. Thank you. What was your name, sir?
Walter,
Walter. Marcelo.
nice to meet you.
Very nice to meet you, sir.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
So right here, we're making what's called a color cup. We've applied the color glass in such a manner that it fades from a dark color to clear. So when we come back from lunch, we're going to stuff another bubble inside this one, and we'll get our fade. Can we put up the double fade photo up on the big screen? So if you look up on our big screen, you'll see what we're going to do with this. So he's making the part marked color cup. And we're going to open this up, and it's a little almost a bowl shape. And the color will fade from a dark color to clear. And then we're going to put another bubble of a different color inside that. And the result that it'll fade from one color to the other. When we stuff one bubble inside the other, it's called stuffing a color cup. And we're doing that so that we can have the colors fade from one color to another. And I don't think that'll happen before lunch. We take our lunch at 1 o'clock. Oh, it's 1 already. So we'll just make this color cup. We'll place it in this oven over here called the garage, where it'll be kept warm until after lunch, and then we'll complete it. We did the wrong color, so that makes lunchtime. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Museum of Glass. Today we have a guest artist, Alton Buckheimer. He's going to be working with our Museum of Glass team to make one of his sculptures.
These are your movies.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
I'll return the. I'll take
You
them
can
up
keep
there.
it. You can keep it. We'll do that piece for.
Yeah, I just sent you. This is the one we're doing, and I
put
just
that
sent
down.
it upstairs.
Give me 5.
So just to get you started, I'm just going to give you guys a very brief introduction to how glass blowing works. Everything that we do here starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. There's 2 of them, one on each side of the studio. In each of the furnaces, there's a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 1150 Celsius. And at that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. So if you can imagine a giant crock pot full of honey, that's what our furnace is like. When we go on to get the glass out to make stuff, we take one of those steel pipes. If you watch Alton there, we take one of those steel pipes and we dip it into the melted glass like you're dipping into a big jar of honey. We dip it in, twirl it around, a little bit of glass sticks to the end of the pipe, and the pipe itself is hollow, so when you blow, the ball of glass blows up like a balloon. If you want to make something larger, we dip it in, blow a bubble, let it harden, and then we dip it in a second time or a third time. And we just keep building up the glass in layers. All the glass that's in those furnaces is clear glass. It has no color. We buy our colored glass separately. We buy it in the form of glass bars, glass chips, and glass powders. And when we want to make a colored object, we blow a bubble of clear glass from the big furnace, we heat up a chunk of colored glass, and then we coat that initial bubble with red, blue, green, whatever color we want the object to be. We have a little video called Color Overlay. Can we play the color overlay video? We'll show you how we apply the color.
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So the reason that we color the glass in that manner is so that we can have any color we want, anytime we want. If we were to fill the furnace with blue glass, we could only make blue things. If we coat each piece individually, we could make a red thing, a green thing, a blue thing, whenever we like. So if you look up on the big screen, that's Alton, our guest artist, Alton Buckheimer, and he's just applied the colored glass to that bubble. I believe that's blue. All glass looks orange when it's hot, whether it's red or blue or pink or purple. The orange color that you're seeing while we're working is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. If you think about your own homes, if you have an electric stove, the burners are gray. When you turn them on to cook something, they get hot, they glow orange for a little while. Turn them off, they cool down, and you can see the gray again. Glass is the same way. So it's going to look like we're making a lot of orange things, but the orange color that you'll see is the glow from the heat. Once we get the glass out of the furnace, it only stays soft for a little while. So we do whatever shaping we can while it's hot and soft. And when it starts to cool and stiffen, we go to the second type of furnace, and that's called the glory hole. The glory holes are the round furnaces with the doors open. There's no glass in those. They're just a hot chamber for heating and softening the glass while we're working. So you'll see these guys, they'll put the glass in the glory hole, they'll heat it up till it's soft, they'll go back to the workbench, do a little shaping, a little blowing, and then back to the glory hole again and soften it again. If you've ever seen anybody work at a forge, we're making swords or horseshoes. They have the metal, put it in the fire, soften it, they work on it a little bit, put it back in the fire, soften it again, work on it some more. That's pretty much the same routine you're going to see here. So Alton's going to be working with our resident team of glassblowers. We have glassblowers that work for the museum. They're very talented. And when we have a guest artist, the guest artist leads the team of glassblowers, and our folks assist them. So the sculpture that we're going to make with Mr. Buckheimer is the drawing that you see just to the left of the center glory hole. You have the drawing up on the big screen. Is that the right drawing? So on the base of this sculpture, we want one color to fade to a different color. So we're going to do what's called stuffing a color cup. We have a diagram up on the big screen. We're going to blow one hollow bubble where the color goes from dark to clear. Then we have a bubble with another color. We're going to drop it inside, and the result will be the color will fade from one color to the other. And it's going to be yellow to blue. So right now they're making the color cup over on the left. Alton Buckheimer, our guest artist, has been blowing glass for 15 years. He's a graduate of the Massachusetts College of Art in Boston. He currently lives and works in Seattle, and he's currently working at the Chihuly Museum in Seattle. So that's Alton right there. These sculptures that you see on the pedestals are typical of Mr. Buckheimer's work. So the bubble that Alton's making in the center is he's going to make the color cup, and that'll be opaque blue, and then we're going to drop a yellow bubble inside. We'll make the yellow bubble over on the workbench on the far left. Does anybody have any questions so far? Can we put up the double fade drawing again? We put up the double fade again. Double fade. There. So if you look up there, we're going to make one bubble that's open, and it has the color fading from blue to clear. And we're going to drop a bubble of yellow inside, and we'll blow it up, and the two will be joined together, and the resulting bubble will fade from yellow to blue. It's going to be right in the center here. So they're making it over there. No, he's making the color cup, and we did it the other way earlier. And Gabe over on the left is going to make the bubble that's going to go inside. This is called stuffing a color cup. Yeah, I mean, then not the final shape, just to make this color cup so we can stuff it. And then once we've got all the glass we need, then we'll actually blow it up to the shape of the sculpture. All the stuff we're doing now is to get this a bubble with the proper colors on it. So in the center, Alton is shaping the glass using a tool called, using the newspaper. That gray pad in Alton's hand is just folded up ordinary newspaper soaked in water. As long as the newspaper is wet, the paper doesn't burn too much, and it doesn't leave any marks on the glass as we shape it. So he's going to cut the end of that bubble off so we can open it up. There, he's using the newspaper. You see him shaping it now? Yeah. Hi, what?
It's Susan's son.
Oh, hi, Wyatt. How you doing?
Yeah, it's good to see you again.
Didn't recognize you.
Yeah, for sure. Didn't recognize you with all the facial hair.
I know. I'm getting
You grow
old
a
and
beard
gray.
like that still?
What?
Didn't know you could grow a beard like that still.
Neither did I. It was COVID that did it.
Ah, nice. We just got the announcement for your and Dick's opening.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, we
Are
got
you
it.
guys are you in town? You gonna be in
I
town?
don't think anybody's going to be here. No,
Oh.
I'm here for a wedding.
Oh.
And mom
Your
and
own?
dad, I think, are bidding. No, flew in today. So
Okay.
I'm here with Austin.
Nice.
Yeah. So,
Nice to see you.
yeah, for sure.
How's it going?
Had to say hi. Good, really good. I live up in Northern California now. So finally out of the house.
Nice.
Yeah. Thanks.
Good.
Mom's
Good.
probably stoked.
Good.
Yeah.
I have a little show here
Oh yeah?
of my chalk drawings.
Yeah. I definitely want to go check them out.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Okay.
Take a photo of your
Take care.
Sorry, I'm right in your face.
Oh, you're fine.
Mom's gonna be stoked.
Okay. Take care, Wyatt.
See ya.
So if you look at that bubble that Alton's making, you can see how it fades from a dark, solid color to clear. As he shapes the bubble, Sayuri holds a wooden paddle in front of his arm to shield him from the heat. The heat that comes off the glass is radiant heat, like an outdoor heater. It heats the first thing it strikes. So if we put the paddle between the arm and the glass, the paddle gets hot and the arm doesn't.
Here's Tom.
Hi, Tom. What's up?
See if you can make an announcement that somebody left a card in the cafe.
Okay. Does it have a name on it? Okay. We found a credit card. Did someone leave a credit card in the cafe? What's the name? Gregory? Is there a Gregory in here? Gregory? No Greg? Okay. If it'll be at the ticket desk if you want to pick it up.
Thank you.
That's why I didn't give everybody the last name. We have two ways in which we heat up the glass. Sometimes we heat it up in the big round oven, the glory hole. Sometimes we heat it up with the torches. When we heat it up with the torches, we can focus the heat in a particular place. We can just get that part of the glass hot and soft without distorting the rest of the shape. So we're going to open that bubble up a little wider, and that'll be our color cup. And over on the left, we're making the bubble to go inside. This is called stuffing a color cup. Tool in Alton's hand is called a jacks, and he presses them against the inside of that opening and makes the opening wider. Does anybody have any questions? Yes. Does the oven with the glass stay on all the time? I'm going to repeat things so everyone knows what I'm answering. Yes, the glass furnaces stay on 24/7. The glory holes, the round ones, those are only on during the working day. Both the glory holes and the furnaces run on natural gas and forced air. The furnaces run at about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit, and the glory holes are a little bit hotter at about 2300. Just to give you a reference, 2100 degrees is about as hot as the hottest volcano. To the right, Sayuri just sprayed some water into our furnace. If there's bubbles on the surface of the glass in that tank, we can pop them just by spraying water in there. So we're going to check, see how much glass we need to fill the color cup. Gabe's giving it a good look, see how much glass he needs. That's Gabe with the hat and the khaki shorts. Gabe Feenan. He's one of our Museum of Glass blowers. He's going to hang out with that bubble and just let it cool and stiffen a bit. And then we're going to dip it once more into the big tank of molten glass. Anybody wants to take pictures or videos, knock yourselves out, post it on Facebook and make us famous. Or Instagram, more likely. Behind that door, there's a big ceramic tank with 1,000 pounds of liquid glass. Gabe's going to drip off some of the excess glass into that steel can. We'll save the excess glass, and that'll eventually go back in the furnace. So we're getting ready to do it. We'll break the color cup off of that metal pipe with a few drops of water. Give it a tap. We'll place it in a stand on the floor. And Gabe will come over with his bubble and stuff it inside. So now the two bubbles are joined. We have a single bubble that fades from blue to yellow.
Fascinating.
Fascinating is good. We like that.
We watched that show Glow on Netflix. That's what got us into this. I mean, why even? We finally did it.
I think it's more fun to watch it live.
It's more fun than what?
It's more fun live.
Yeah. Right? Why is it better to go?
That's pretty deluxe. Furnaces are identical. The glory holes are identical. Gabe's heating that up in the glory hole. The longer he stays in there, the softer the bubble gets. Notice that one of the glass blowers is seated to the left of the workbench. He's the guy that's blowing. He's blowing through that steel tube and inflating the bubble as Alton sitting at the bench shapes it. So now Alton's shaping the glass on that steel table. The steel table is called the Marver, M-A-R-V-E-R. Alton is heating up the glass nearest the pipe. He's making that extra hot and extra soft. So now Alton has a tool in his hand called the jacks, and he's squeezing the glass and making a sharp crease in it. That crease is the place where we'll be able to break the glass away from the metal pipe once we're done shaping. The tool is called the jacks, and making that crease is called jacking it down. So now Alex, seated to the left of the center workbench, is blowing as Alton shapes the glass with the wet pad of newspaper. This arrangement where one person blows while the other one shapes it is very typical of the Venetian style of glass blowing. Starting in 1979, a number of Venetian masters came here to the Northwest and began teaching the young Americans how to blow glass. And since that time, we work pretty much the way they work in Venice because we learned from Venetian masters. Sayuri's holding a paddle across the bottom to make the bottom nice and flat so it'll sit nicely on the table. Now we're going to drill a hole in the bottom of that bubble. So we're going to attach a pipe over that hole so we can blow into the form after we remove it from the pipe, the original pipe. He's heating up the tip of that tungsten rod. So ordinary electric drill. The bit is a rod of tungsten. We heat up the tip of the tungsten rod till it's glowing, and then we can drill right into the hot glass. Has anybody got any questions? Over on the left, Gabe is making the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. He made a special kind of punty called the blow punty. Instead of made on a solid steel rod, it's made on a pipe so that we can stick that on the bottom over that hole we drilled, and we can blow air into the form after we remove it from the original pipe. So we attach it to the bottom. When they feel that bond is strong enough to bear the weight, we'll break the glass away from the original pipe. Alton will take his tweezers, dip them in water, drip a little water where we want it to break. He'll give the pipe a little tap, and off it comes. So now the form is held from the bottom, the top is exposed, the top can now be heated and shaped. Does anybody have any questions? They're working, so you have to be ready.
The guy with the hat.
Oh,
Standing
yeah.
in front of the camera.
He's taking pictures. He's our marketing guy. How long does it take to cool? There's two answers to that question. If we just took it off the pipe and put it on the table, let it cool on its own, it'd be cool in 20 minutes, but it would break. If we want to keep it, we have to put it in one of these big black ovens and cool it slowly overnight, and then it won't break. Now we're going to close up the opening at the top of the bubble. We're going to stretch it out a little and pull some of that thick closure off. Could we put up the drawing? On the big screen, you can see the drawing. That's the drawing we're working from. So now we're going to add a little glass marble to the top. All the parts for this sculpture are going to be connected via these little glass marbles that we made just before lunch. Hot glass sticks to hot glass. So we heat up the spot where we want to attach it, we heat up the thing we want to attach, and when we press them together, they stick. So most of the parts for this sculpture, Alton made before he got here, and they're sitting in this silver oven here called the garage. That oven will keep them warm, and one by one we'll pull them out and start assembling the sculpture.
Are those the colors?
No, he's using opaque blue. This has got transparent blue and yellow. This just to show you he's carved the parts that he made before he came, have this sandblasted carving on the outside. All the parts are in the silver oven with the curved side. That's called the garage. And we'll heat them up, pull them out one by one, and attach them to the sculpture. The connection between the metal rod and the sculpture itself is fragile. We have to keep that connection warm. So periodically, you'll see one of the glass blowers take a torch and just warm that up so it doesn't crack. Has anybody got any questions? What? Oh, very occasionally. Just fish it out. Make another one. These guys are pros, so they don't drop it very often.
And if it drops in the kiln,
If it what?
if it drops in the furnace,
We just fish it out
you fish it.
and then make another one. If you can't handle disappointment, this is not the art form for you.
True. Very true. I bet.
So all these parts that we're adding to the sculpture were pre-made by Mr. Buckheimer, and he brought them all to the museum. We've got them all warming up in that silver oven, and bringing them out one by one and assembling the sculpture. Sayuri's bringing out another part on one of the trays. We heat up the spot where we want to attach it. You notice that he sometimes takes a little whisk broom and brushes it off. The oven, the garage where we keep it, has a kind of a soft, crumbly brick floor. And so we want to make sure sometimes there's a little dust from the brick floor. We want to brush that off so it doesn't get permanently stuck in the glass. Add another one of these little marbles. Break it away from the metal pipe. We'll warm the whole thing up again, and we'll clean up the little spot where we broke it off. So as we assemble this, the more things we stick on there, the more difficult it is to heat it up. We have thin parts and thick parts, and we want to keep everything warm enough so it doesn't crack, but not too warm so that we don't lose the shape. So it gets a little, the more little additions we make, the trickier it gets to heat. Over on the left, Sayuri has got one of the parts on a tray. She's going over to the glory hole and heat it up a little extra. And then she's going to bring it to the center workbench where Mr. Buckheimer will attach it. we're getting close. We're gonna add one more ball and one more ring, and then we'll be done. When we make something like this, we can't let it cool on its own. If we just took it off and put it on the table, it would cool too quickly and unevenly and it would break. So we'll take it off the metal rod, we'll place it in one of these big black ovens. These are called annealers. We keep them at a constant temperature all day long. We place all the objects we make during the day in there, and then at night they have a little computerized thermostat that will slowly turn the temperature down, in this case over a period of 2 days. What?
I was guessing how long it would be in the annular, and I said 2 days.
2 days.
Yay.
Just to be safe.
Yeah. It's better to be safe than
We don't have to do all this work.
Yeah.
How are you guys?
We're good.
I submitted mine.
All right.
Oh yeah, they did the kids thing. I just saw the kids museum. Yeah, yeah. Our friend Jennifer's not here.
You like white bread?
The light right at the new exhibit.
Oh.
Yeah, they have the children's new exhibit.
Yeah, I haven't seen that yet.
That's pretty cool.
What?
Yes,
Yeah,
there
they
is.
usually did about me, about my drawing.
Yeah, that was really cool.
Thank you. Very much.
I really enjoyed the that big round kind of all white and clear piece that you had for like a disc, almost like an eyeball, but blurry the whole way, like kind of fuzzy. It's in the it's a or at least that it was you had the drawing. It's this almost spherical thing and it's flat.
Oh, all the pieces, the glass pieces are from our collection that use the techniques that I drew on
Right.
the picture.
Yeah. That was really cool.
Cool, thank you. Did I make what?
No, that was Chicory.
I didn't make the purple and green stuff. No.
He made some of the stuff. He did all this is the man that did all those drawings in the other exhibit. Do you remember that?
So over on the left, here comes Sayuri with the last piece that we're going to add. So we're getting pretty close to being done. Oh, it looks like they're going to add something else. They're busy at the garage. I thought they were done, but they're not. It went on a little too cold, and the little ball fell off. So we're just going to get another ball, I think, out of the garage and stick that on. Glass is a tricky business. Sometimes there's a little detour. I think we have some more of those little marbles in the garage. So just bring out another one. So here comes Alex with our replacement marble. Oh. Oh. See if we can get that back in the garage. This stuff isn't easy. We're judging all the temperatures and everything by eye. Sometimes we miss. But I think we'll be able to fix it. So we're gonna just put one more ball on there and then we'll be done. The piece that broke off suffered a little bit of damage. So we're just gonna Does anybody have any questions? You folks have any questions? I don't know.
We just came in 5 minutes ago.
Oh, okay.
Not much yet.
Yeah. So we had originally put another ring on there. That was the original plan. See it fall off? So we put it on there. It was a little too cold. The thing fell off, fell on the floor, broke part of it. So we're just gonna stop with what we have. Hedge our bets.
They put it in the furnace.
What?
They put it in the furnace to keep it all warm, right?
Yes.
They take it out. And they keep hitting it with the old torch.
Yes. Because all the little things that stick out, you have to keep all those things warm.
And they don't warm up in the, or they
But
cool
don't
off
warm
a lot
up the
faster.
same rate. You just gotta make sure everything, all the skinny parts. There's thick parts and thin parts. And if we heat it up enough for the thick parts, then the thin parts will start to bend. Warm up the thin parts, heat up the thick parts, and then we just make sure that all the other parts sticking out are warm. I'm balancing it. So the artist has declared it is officially done now. We're going to make sure all the heats are right. And then we're going to take it off the metal rod and place it in our annealing oven where it'll be cooled very slowly over a period of 2 days. Does anybody have any questions? You guys have any questions? Anything you want to know? No, we're good. Over on the right, Edgar is putting on some protective clothing. Oh no, that's Alex. Alex is putting on some protective clothing. He's going to carry the piece to our annealing oven. I'm going to ask you guys to refrain from clapping until it's in the oven and safe. We don't want to jinx anything. So Alex has a face mask and some Kevlar gloves. The Kevlar is a fire-resistant insulating material. When he grabs that sculpture, it'll be approximately 1,000 degrees. At that temperature, the glass will be hard. It will no longer change shape. And we'll place it in our annealing oven for a nice long rest over a period of 2 days. We're going to use water to break the joint between the metal rod and the sculpture itself. The water will crack that joint, and a light tap should release it. And we'll carry it to the annealing oven. It will be cooled slowly. drip the water off those tweezers onto the joint. The water will crack that joint. A little tap. Oh! We'll put what's left in the annealer. There's the heartbreak of glass. That was a very difficult piece to keep everything the right temperature all at once. There's a lot of weight hanging off each joint. So we have an hour left. We're going to make something else. It happens. Things happen.
I would have done it way before anyways. So.
They're discussing what went wrong. We've been working on that since 2 o'clock. Alton prepared a lot of those pieces at home, so a lot of work down the drain. But that's glass blowing. So we're going to make a small sculpture now. We're sort of running low on time. So right now we've got the bubble. We're going to make the bubble for the base of the sculpture. This will be much more simple. So now Gabe in the hat is working over to our pipe cooler. When we reach into the furnace to get the glass, it gets the pipes hot. So we go over to that trough on the right side of the studio, and we just spray water on the metal pipe. That cools it down and makes it easier to hold. If you just came in, we're working with Alton Buckheimer. He's a Seattle artist, originally from Maryland, now living and working in Seattle. He's our guest artist for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So he has one more day after this. There, you can see some examples of his sculptures on the two pedestals. And he's working with our resident team to make his sculptures. So in the center, Gabe is shaping the bubble. Have you guys been here before? Okay, we have a no there? Okay, so I'll just give you just a very brief introduction to how glass blowing works. Everything that we do here starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. There's two of them, one on each side of the studio. Can we put up the furnace diagram? So if you look up on the big screen, that's what the furnace looks like inside. In each of the furnaces is a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 1150 Celsius. And at that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. So if you think about our furnaces, you can think of them like a big giant crock pot full of honey. When we want to get the glass out to make stuff, we take one of those steel pipes and we dip them into the molten glass like you dip it into a big jar of honey. We dip it in, twirl it around. A little bit of the glass sticks to the end of the pipe. The pipe itself is hollow, so when you blow, the ball of glass blows up like a balloon. If you want to make something larger, we dip it in, blow a bubble, let it harden, then we dip it in a second time or a third time. Each time we're building up the glass in layers. All the glass that is in those furnaces is clear glass. It has no color. If we want to make a colored object, we blow a bubble of clear glass from the big furnace. We heat up a chunk of colored glass, and then we coat that initial bubble with whatever colored glass we want the object to be. We have a little video. We'll show you how that's done. Can we play color overlay?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So the reason that we color the glass in that manner is so that we can have any color we want anytime we want. If we were to fill the furnace with blue glass, we could only make blue things. If we coat each piece individually, we can have any color at any time. Once we get the glass out of the furnace, it only stays hot and soft for a little while. So we do whatever shaping or blowing we can while it's hot and soft. And when it starts to cool and stiffen, we go to the second type of furnace, and that's called the glory hole. The glory holes are the round furnaces with the doors open. Those have no glass in them. They're just a hot chamber for heating and softening the glass while we're working. So we've blown a bubble right now for the base of one of Mr. Buckheimer's sculptures. That's what's on the end of the pipe right now. You guys have any questions so far? I'm just trying to catch up here. We try to finish everything in one sitting if possible. It is possible to reheat stuff, but it's kind of risky because you may break it when you reheat it. So the next thing we're going to do with this is we're going to transfer this base from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty. over on the left, that's Gabe Feenan, one of our resident Tema glass blowers. And he's made the Punty, Punty. And we're going to attach it to the bottom of our base. And then we're going to break the glass away from the original pipe. We'll drip a little water where we want it to break and give the pipe a tap, and off it should come. There's the water. Drip it off the end of the tweezers. There's the tap. And now it's held from the bottom. The top is exposed, and now the top can be heated and shaped. We're going to squeeze down the opening. And then we're going to cut that off. have some pre-made parts for this sculpture. They're sitting in that silver oven with the curved side. That's called the garage. That's been keeping it warm. And now we're going to start to pull them out and attach them to the base of the sculpture. Over on the far left, Sayuri just fished out this little kind of marble-shaped piece. We're warming it up in the glory hole, and we're going to attach it to the sculpture. Do you guys have any questions? So Sayuri over on the left is heating up our marble. You bring it to Alton, our guest artist, Alton Buckheimer. So we have one of our pre-made parts. It's a ring of glass with a design sandblasted into it. Could you close the closed captioning bar? It's right in front of the glass. There we go. Perfect. We're storing the pre-made parts. They kind of look like this. Here we have an, and we store them in that oven over there. It's got a kind of a crumbly brick floor, and so sometimes when we pull them out, they have a little brick dust on them. So we just got to wipe that off, make sure it doesn't get stuck in the glass. Over on the left, Sayuri, standing in front of that silver oven, is heating up one of our marbles that we use as connectors. We made those earlier in the day, and we're using them to make a connection between the different parts of the sculpture. Sayuri's heating up another one of these marbles. Over on the left, Sayuri has the next marble connector. She's going to heat that up and prepare it and bring it to Mr. Buckheimer in the center. She's coming over, and we're going to stick it on. Hot glass sticks to hot glass. We're going to grab another addition. Preheat it first with the torch. And attach it. Over on the left, Sayuri is heating up another additional element to this sculpture. Is these things are tricky to heat because we have thick parts and thinner parts. And so you'll see them racing around with the torches, trying to make sure it's all nice and even in heat. So we're almost done. Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. So we'll take it off the metal rod, we'll place it in an oven called the annealer, where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. We keep the annealer at a constant temperature all day long. We place all the objects we make during the day in there, and then at night, it has a computerized thermostat that automatically slowly turns the temperature down to room temperature. So one of the glass blowers has put on some protective clothing. She's going to carry the finished piece to our annealing oven, where it'll be cooled very slowly overnight. We're heating up the punty, the glass on the end of the metal rod that's holding the sculpture now. And we're going to crimp it a little bit, make sure it has a nice clean division line so it breaks away cleanly. We'll leave just a tiny bit of clear glass attached to the sculpture. Make sure we don't dig into the sculpture when we break it off. And then that little bit of clear glass that's left on the bottom, that'll be mechanically ground away and polished after they're done. Warming up the gloves. At this point, if we touch it with something room temperature, we could crack it. There's the water. The water will, and a little tap should release it. And off to our annealing oven to be cooled slowly overnight. Tough day.